Edwin, no.
Really? That's what we're starting with?
Everybody.
Is your name Edwin?
Ay. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We had a bit of a break, so let's go over what happened last session. You guys were stranded in Bondovia, specifically on the Frigid Isle that is more towards the eastern continent of Conquer. And you didn't really have much of a plan to get off of there, but with some guidance from Asladin, a recent connection that Victor has been able to make, you called in some favors from some friends, and the Ivory Ward was able to extract you and 4 extra participants. Unfortunately, the family that you guys were staying with, Nikolai, his parents, and his 2 sons, were... they took you up on the offer to get out of Bondovia and to go to Illyria. Unfortunately, there was not enough room for Nikolai himself. So, we left off with you guys heading back with a teleport with the help of the 2 people from the Ivory Ward and Nikolai's parents and his 2 sons. After a bit of a lurching feeling in your stomach, a flash of lights, Tauré, you feel the pull of Hollowstar Mountain with your armor, and you are much closer than before.
Oh dear.
As you all kind of come to, you realize that you are sitting, or standing rather, in a magic teleportation circle. It does not seem to be the one in the guild headquarters. It looks like the Ivory Ward took you to one in the ward itself. As you look out into the streets, you can kind of recognize that area that you've been in before. Everybody but Kaede, at least. As you show up, there are a couple people waiting for you. So, firstly, a couple of people who look like ward members kind of gesture to the 2 people who took you to go to them. You see somebody dressed up pretty fancy, and they indicate for the 4 guests that you guys took with you to go to them. And at the side of the room, you see 3 people waiting for you. Standing off to the side of the room is Melly, Captain Matthews, and Hector.
We're back.
And almost immediately upon seeing Tauré after speaking, you see that the other wizards quickly are like, yeah, that's stuck to him. We're going to need to do something about that.
Oh, hi. Yes, I have a big problem. Help. But first,
That's
hugs.
More.
No.
How's about second? Second.
How's about
hugs?
second? Yeah.
Melly kind of goes, yeah, I'm gonna wait until they do whatever it is they're gonna do. That looks dangerous. And then as she says that, she looks at the blade, she goes, who built that?
You might want to have a look at this later.
Yeah,
Without
I might.
Anywho, Hector,
Hello.
get on over here.
All right, stay where you are,
Going
please.
to keep my distance just for a bit, if that's all right.
That's probably wise.
I didn't mean me. I'll step to the side.
As for the rest of you, you're back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? So long. I almost wasn't sure that it was you on the paper. I wasn't sure if I should respond normally because you had been gone for so long.
Well, I mean, who can replicate that beautiful writing?
I'm sure anybody very easily.
No.
Chicken scratch isn't that hard to replicate.
Hey, listen, we just got the paper back, and the writing was really it was hard for me to think about, and I was trying not to look like an idiot, and it.
All right, shut it. Bring it in, all of you.
Sorry, stay back.
You said everyone.
Yeah. Tauré slices through everybody.
Yeah.
Well,
would be
good
like,
session, guys. We're all dead now.
Kaede's like back by Tauré, just like 5 feet apart.
Are you in a hot tub?
It only works for one of them.
This doesn't work
No.
right now. Because even 5 feet
5 feet
apart,
apart because Tauré is not gay.
And yeah.
And also the sword.
Yeah.
Getting
This one's
sous
making the hot
Oh.
tub.
getting
Yeah.
sous vide together. They're just friends. They were roommates.
Perhaps most importantly, the sword.
Oh my god. They were roommates.
So the other wizards do kind of come over to Tauré and say, "We should probably take care of that sooner than later."
That'd be wonderful.
And they are going to lead you into another building. As they do, Matthews kind of speaks up and says, "Well, glad to see you all made it back fine. I'm here just to make sure that everybody's good, and it seems that you are." Turns to Kaede and says, "We haven't been introduced. My name is Captain Matthews. I'm in charge of the guard here in Hollow Star. I presume you know a little bit about what you've gotten yourself involved with."
Yes, I'm familiar.
Right. Well, I'm glad to see you all back. Nice to meet you. I'm going to head back to the station now. You all, I believe your friend is going to want to have a conversation with you. But in the meantime, you're going to have to wait until Tauré gets back with whatever that thing is, because I cannot have you walking around the streets with that. Gotcha?
What do you mean?
Fair point.
Honestly,
Yeah, that's.
I don't
That's
feel
okay.
comfortable letting him loose. Not right now.
He has been sleeping outside.
Yeah.
With the sword stabbed into the ground.
We've kept him at a distance.
Safely.
Yeah.
Safely.
I think he's been losing his mind.
That's
If
not
he
new.
had it.
Well, at any rate, if there are complications with that, I'm sure somebody will come let me know. Otherwise, if you need me, I will be at my office. Kind of takes a look over to Hector and Melly, gives them a nod and says, "Good to have you guys back." And then heads out.
Nice to see you
Well.
again.
Since we have some time, I know you've written a little bit about what happened, but I mean, what the fuck?
That's a valid reaction, I think.
What the fuck indeed?
Well, you know,
Where?
given that the political climate, as you said, has changed, we still have not addressed the big W, yeah? So that is still a factor at play? Therefore,
The what?
The
out of character. Are you saying that in character or out of character?
In character.
Krios, sweetie.
the
The W who cannot be named. The groups.
It-
The W.
Krios? Hello?
You remember you
What?
can say that name, right?
Hey, what? Better safe than sorry.
Krios. The warden.
Clears her throat.
There's multiple.
No, okay.
Yes, collectively they are a big group, therefore the big W.
You
My
know,
bad.
As long as you don't say any of their names, like specifically, you're fine to just say the word, right?
What if
Well,
one of their names is Warden, though?
I'm sure it is not.
That's the
Warden.
workaround. His name is
Warden.
Warden.
Well, and they kind of share a look and then look at the rest of you and say, "While we're waiting here, I guess we can fill you in on some structural changes."
Yes, please.
Please. Please.
All right. So, I believe you left before the election. There was an election. The ward kind of headed it, and the elven woman Xiao Elenin won the popular vote. So she is currently the representative, and also happens to be on quite good standing with the church. So, that and the Ivory Ward have kind of been operating as their own organization, untethered by the oversight that they had in the previous situation. So there's a couple different groups, and they're all, for the most part, playing nice together. Speaking of groups, I got bored. And as now the keeper of my own inn, I decided, why not set up a little bit of an informational organization, keeping tabs on everybody who comes in and out of all the inns in the city.
All the inns in the city.
Yep.
And you can see Themis smiled.
I was really bored. You know, Themis, you had been more hands-on with all of the tendon to the inn. And I decided that I was going to follow in that. But eventually, even that, it was not enough of my time being taken up. So, Melly is basically how the church can get information on people who come in from outside of the city and stay at any of the inns.
Good job.
That's
Oh.
that's awesome.
And I added a little bit of a second floor on the west wing of the inn. There are 4 rooms specifically designated for you lot.
Perfect.
Oh.
Frankly, I should have done that ages ago. But
Right. That's what I was thinking, honestly. This does, however, mean that kind of lessen the reserves, Themis. So if you all need some help, I'm afraid I can't do much. Anyways, though, those 4 rooms, I did that so that Themis could have his own room, but... And then you see him kind of, like, shake his head and go, well, anyways, a couple of you will have to share.
Victor's gonna have to share too.
And yes, Themis, I did take your old room, so that's mine now. Sorry. Not so sorry. You did give
Oh,
me the
no,
place
that
after all.
is-
And then I built you your own room to have anyways, so...
that room
That's
is very
more than
specific
enough.
to whoever owns the inn. Traditionally, that is passed down.
What, from you to you?
What?
Tauré? What?
Tori's not here. That was me.
You said that! No, you can't say that!
Anyway, I have a couple new hires you all haven't met yet. I think will be interesting company. And then, well, Melly, I guess I'll let you do your part. I have my own workshop here. So you all convinced me. And after the whole everything, the church decided that it would benefit them immensely to have a much more permanent presence in the city now that the hand part of everything has kind of left the picture here. So, I also happened to have received, I guess you would say, a little bit of a promotion within the church. Kind of more important here than I was back in Woodwatch. So if you need information or contact, then you will know where to find me. Oh, and after Tauré gets back, we all have a meeting that we'll have to go attend.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good. How?
Speaking of which, Tauré. So you are being guided by a couple of wizards. As you step out into the streets of Ivory Ward, your compass kind of goes haywire, as it tends to do here. And you are taken into a building where a couple of people come over and start inspecting. They start casting spells and basically just trying to get as much information on this and what's going on to you. As they are going through, you see more than a couple of them, after they get the information, they kind of give a little frown and look at each other, and they're all kind of like not it doesn't seem like they're very optimistic about the choices here.
So you're gonna have to take the arm, huh?
Do you say that out loud? One of them steps up and says, well, not necessarily. You could solve this issue quite easily by just chopping your hand off. There's another way, but it involves draining some of your capabilities, we'll call it.
Go into further detail, please.
So, right now, the sword is considered to be bound, which means that it can be used as is. If you chop the hand off, the sword will remain bound because the hand has basically not unbounded.
Okay.
If, however, we try to unbind it, it will take something out of you. Mechanically, you would be reverted one level. In this state, the sword would not be quite as useful, but it would last longer. Just as long as you don't bind to it again.
What do you mean it would last longer?
Well, it's magical in nature, but it's being powered. And that source, when it's bound, is, well, as you can see, I'm sure it didn't look like this when you first found it. As in its inactive state, the blade shouldn't be so...
Tiny?
this.
Warm.
Spicy?
So we'll go with spicy.
Okay.
So,
I don't suppose we have limb restoration surfaces in the ivory ward?
not quite. We could try a arcane mechanical replacement. I believe you actually have a friend who might be able to do that for you.
Ellie.
But you may need to relearn some things, given that, I mean, it'd be a brand new hand, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay, above table, y'all. That sounds so cool.
Yeah.
It really does sound pretty cool.
That involves cutting off my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
It's probably fine.
What's more mutilation to your body?
Well, if it isn't the
there.
consequences of my action.
If it isn't the consequences.
You have another one.
Another what? Another
And hear
hand?
me out. A bionic arm,
me too.
like above the table, a bionic arm is going to be more robust for Tauré to do stupid experiments with.
Yeah.
Bionic hand. That
Don't
won't hurt.
don't sell me on this. Gee.
I'm just saying.
It'd be sick as hell.
I might. If
I would
I don't know if
take
that
it.
says anything.
I
don't know
want to
if that
take
says
it.
anything. That's like cool character design.
Well,
I
but,
don't
and
know.
here's the thing.
The Winter Tauré.
When the next we're almost level 8. That's a
Wait,
feat.
no
I don't
more.
want to wait like months and months and months to get another feat.
Don't say this. On
I'm reading.
stream.
Yes, I'm reading. Yeah, I'm reading.
Think of that. Think of that. Think about how
Okay.
cool that would be.
The flavor opportunity is
The flavor.
incredible.
I would take it.
That'd be so fucking cool.
I know that's not quite an easy decision for you to make, but
Chop off my hand.
right. Well, then I suppose I should ask. We only really need to go just a little bit past the wrist. Do you have a preference on where it's severed?
Did Tori take anatomy classes?
Hear me
What
out.
are you trying to get at here?
I'm. If we can make a clean separation of the scaffold and the lunate from the ulna and the radius, it will be a cleaner attachment. But if they cut through the middle of the bone, that is going to cause problems.
Hear me
Hear
out.
me out. Okay, no, you first.
full bionic arm. Just have him
I
rip
was
it
gonna
off
say,
his shoulders.
I was gonna say, be Bucky.
Right out the socket.
Be Bucky. Cut off the arm. Be
Again.
Bucky.
Again, literally.
Oh no, it's made it in the
Would you
stream.
like us to keep cutting further up? Again. Another inch? Again.
We already took off your arm again.
But you know what I'm saying? Look up wrist anatomy. You'll see what I'm saying.
Well, okay. He's kind of gesturing here, which
Mhm.
is already
That's into the radius and ulna.
Yeah.
So what?
the way
what-
that it's wrapped around your hand. It is wrapped here.
Oh, like wrapped.
Oh.
I thought it was just my palm was stuck.
No. It
It
wrapped
yeah.
around you.
Okay.
Oh, that makes
Stream?
more sense. Why?
Wait. So what?
It's-
what are
it's
they
wrapped around the
asking?
bone
What choice of bones do I have? Like you're saying.
Basically, this is the minimum. They're
Ah.
asking if you want to go.
There is no point in going further down. Well, I mean, no, I'm not giving up my entire arm
No?
until such a time as it is necessary.
But think of
At least keep the elbow.
I want
Because
I want a bionic arm, but
Coward.
that would
Think of-
certainly be cool.
think of what we have cooking.
Coward. Coward.
Moo! I would like the DM's opinion. Should we just again this thing?
Think
why is
about
this
how
the term?
think about how cool an arm Melly could make.
So-
Don't sell me on this.
So, I will say the more arm you have for things to fit in it, the more things your arm could do that a regular one could not.
Mm-hmm.
Not that you would get those things all at once, but
Like I said,
Treat as a
Just
treat later
think of-
on, perhaps.
think of how cool an arm Melly could make.
Hopefully.
And Melly can make so many cool arms.
This is a big decision.
I mean, take it off.
Tell me, mages, would there be residual binding things for the rest of my arm? Would it affect the rest of mechanics of my arm?
the sword, you mean?
Yes. Or is it just the wrist?
Its effect doesn't go past here. Anything else would merely be to serve as, well, aesthetic purposes, or if you think you would feel better getting used to more of your arm being mechanical.
What would Tauré do?
That is the question.
What would Tauré do?
What would Tauré do?
Because on the one hand, I feel like Tauré would go, curious. Whole arm, please.
Tauré, if
But
Tauré
on the other
heard
hand-
about arm becoming robot arm, and
Just-
having and he would immediately have all of the thoughts of upgrading it and all
Yeah.
of the science experiments that would entail.
Yeah, Tori, just think of the
But-
science potential.
But we also
You
know.
think you can lubricate it with speed glue?
But do we? Oh my god, no. But do we think?
Fastest arm this side of the West.
Do we think after the brick shitting incident, he learned a tiny bit about experimenting
No.
with his own body?
No.
No?
He said he'd do it again.
Okay, Mr. Mage, what's your name?
Alan,
Would this weaken the integrity of the rest of my arm bone?
it depends on where it's cut off. If we sever the bone itself, which we would have to do, at least for the two in your forearm, then it could lead to some complications. But I think that question would be better served for somebody with more medical experience.
Would you say that removing an arm from a socket hurts less than cutting through a bone?
Well, it would certainly make the magic easier. We're not taking a saw to you. It will be done with very careful, arcane precision. But going through a bone is going to hurt no matter what you use.
Yeah. Y'all, I want the arm so bad.
I think the rest of the group
do
also
it.
wants the arm.
Just do
I
it.
want
We're
it
not
so
there
bad.
to share
Don't
our
let your
opinions.
dreams
Yeah,
be
there's not a
dreams.
single one of us that's going to try and talk you out of getting your entire arm removed.
Okay, what
And
would
it's
you?
not-
We are only going to convince you to do it more.
Okay,
And
okay.
do you not have
Alright.
time to mull it over a little bit?
Hey,
with
what's
the
what?
group?
What'd you say your name was? Calvin?
Alan,
Alan? Okay, Alan. There's this dream I've had for many years, and I never thought it was possible. But in this, I see an opportunity. I would like you to take, and I promise, and you can hold me accountable later, I'm going to be more careful in the future. And this is the last time I do something super stupid to my body like this. Maybe, probably. I'm going to try to be more careful in the future, Alan. Okay, Calvin? Hear me out. I want you to take the whole arm.
okay. Well, I suppose if you're getting a mechanical one, the practical purposes would.
Oh, just think of all the stuff I could do.
Right.
Okay, but
Wow.
before you do anything, I need you to hit me like really hard on the head with a brick,
Can I do it?
so I'm
A
asleep.
normal brick or like a bloody brick from?
That I saved. Yeah.
He kept it in a baggie.
Save it for
Well,
later.
if we're careful, it actually won't hurt all that much. But you could also just have us cast a sleep spell on you.
Hey, that's an idea.
I'd rather hit him with a brick. Can I hit him with a brick?
You're not there, are you?
Barry isn't there, unfortunately.
All
He's
right.
there in spirit.
Oh, and
Well, we were mostly prepared for this already. We can go ahead with it right now if you want.
No consultation.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I'll just have to explain later.
Right. Well, if you would, over here. And he
Yep.
gestures to a table with some straps.
Would you like me to count down from 10?
Nope. We'll handle the countdown. I'm just going to need to get your limbs secured so you don't thrash about, not with that thing in your hand. So. Right. And eventually they get you snug as you can be on a metal surface with leather bindings.
Snug as a bug in a rug.
And I'm going to assume that you willingly fail a spell to...
Oh, yeah. Oh, nat 1.
to-
Double nat 1.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you go out and you don't really like consciously feel anything, but you are only out for a couple seconds. which is unfortunate because the visuals of this spell were really cool. And instead, you just wake up and your arm's off. They have, so as you wake up, you feel kind of like a dull pain throughout your whole arm, except your arm's not there. And you wake up just in time to see them basically disintegrating the rest of your arm to separate it from the sword.
Oh, too soon. Put me back. Put me back to sleep. Oh no. Oh dear, it's gone.
Already getting phantom pains.
Yeah, it's gone. Ow.
So, in your current state, the magic that they used basically healed it over pretty quickly. You have every other bone that's supposed to be up there is up there except for your arm and everything connected to that. So, yeah, you now have one arm, and the sword is still glowing, but as they are looking at it, they fiddle with the hilt a little bit, and the glowing starts to fade away. And as they're unstrapping you to get up, you are a little woozy.
Oh boy.
And
Help me
They-
out, Calvin.
Alan, also,
Alan,
you keep
sorry.
saying that, and it's really weird because that's my middle name.
Oh really?
Why?
Okay, Alan, Calvin, help me.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I need you to do something. You need to go to the others and tell them there was no other choice, and you had to take the arm off.
I'm not
Okay.
coming with you. You're going to be
Okay, I'll tell them.
guided back.
I'll do a great job.
The sword. So, we'd really like to take a look at this.
Yeah, you can
but
look at it.
we think it'd be smarter for your friend to look at it.
Yeah, Melly can
This
look
is
at it.
magic, but it's a lot more machine than it is magic, so
Okay.
we think she'd be better
Yeah, sure.
at looking at that. So just be careful with it, please.
Tauré goes to grab the wall and put his weight against it, and learns very quickly that there is no more hand with which to rest against the wall, and so he just tips over into the wall.
Alan kind of like catches you before you go, and it's like,
Yep, nope, that's not.
all right, bud, we're gonna get you to your friends
okay.
quick.
Yeah, we're good. Wait, give me a second. Do I have my stuff on me, like my bag?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull this thing out. Tori wants to pull out the 50-50 medallion because he's gonna have to make a persuasion check on everybody.
This is not going to work well.
Okay.
I have a coin.
So, all right. So you are, for one, your backpack can now only really hang on the one shoulder.
Yeah, so it takes a minute.
So you have to like take it off, get the coin out, put the coin down somewhere so you can pick the backpack up, put it back on, and then grab the coin again.
Yeah. Hey, you grab that off the floor for me real quick. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, before we open the door, I'm gonna do this.
Right.
Okay, heads or tails? Remember heads or tails? I've already flipped it.
You
Which
have to
one's
tell me
which?
heads or tails.
What do you mean? Oh, I have to pick?
You have to flip the coin.
Heads is a nat 20. How about that?
All right, are you flipping or am I
I
flipping?
got tails. Okay.
Oh. Okay, so not one.
Okay.
go.
So you are guided along with one of the other members who was there, who's kind of just like standing to your right so that you don't fall over in that direction, because you don't have a hand that can catch you in that direction. And as you are led back to the group, Melly is just finishing talking about her workshop and everything, and you all see
I stumbled through the doorway.
the door open.
I had no other choice.
Victor's
I had
smile
to
dropped.
take my arm.
Are you okay?
My arm's gone. Melly, you're gonna have to make me a replacement. I couldn't.
Alright.
There was nothing I could do.
What happened?
I want to make a medicine check to see how full of shit Barry knows that Tauré is.
It doesn't. You don't have to.
No,
It's a nat one.
I want to know
that
just
one right now.
yeah, but I want to know just how much I know that he's full of shit.
The problem is that
You know
this is
100%.
this is regarding a magical item that is constructed by a civilization that doesn't exist anymore. You have no idea how the magic of that item works. You can tell, though, by the way that Tauré is talking, that he absolutely did have another choice.
Prepared. It was fully prepared because it was
So-
as soon as he walked in.
So I rolled a 17, so I'm just going to look him dead in the eye and accuse him of wanting to have a fully mechanical arm.
What? I can't even believe you would suggest such a thing.
Tauré,
Wow, what a
we
friend you
joked.
are.
We joked about cutting off your hand. I didn't think that you were gonna cut off your whole
What
arm.
do you mean? Melly's gonna do a good job.
Melly,
Are
you
you,
didn't
like-
read yet?
Are you woozy?
I
No.
suppose I'm going
That's
to have
also a
to
lie.
delay some of my. Oh dear. All right.
What are we doing?
Well, you're going to have to.
I should sit down.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
You. A whole arm.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I can do that.
That's what they told me. That's what they
I
told me I
can
had
do
to have
that.
happen. It infected the bone, and so it had to go.
All right,
You're-
what?
You're. This bone.
Yeah, that one too. Yeah, it was
That
working
bone.
working its way up. Would have gone in my sternum too if I hadn't got it off quicker.
Your
Tauré,
sternum.
Right.
Please.
Gotta live my life. Yeah.
Uh,
Can we sever his sternum?
I prefer
No.
severing
I
his
think
neck.
you should amputate at the neck. That was. I was.
ugh.
Okay.
Hey, maybe I
Um,
could hold the sword after this, and it wouldn't bind itself to my bionic arm.
Let's
All right.
stop.
That is how
What do you think,
it's going
Calvin?
to work. That's not the guy who.
Hey, Tori doesn't know that. What do you think, Calvin?
Everyone in Ivory Ward to Tauré is Calvin. And
Guys.
one Destin.
One of you take this sword, please. I'm going back.
Nobody touch it.
I'm not touching that thing.
I don't.
No, he's
No.
holding it by the hilt, and he's like, it's not. You can't. It's still bound to him. It's just not.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, is
I'll-
his arm
the
still
arms?
attached?
No,
No,
no.
they disintegrated the arm off.
You guys aren't paying attention.
I'll hold on to it.
Or I could, if. it needs
Actually,
to
that's a
be
better
held.
idea.
I'll just-
You're gonna investigate it, aren't you? Anyways.
Well, I'd like to. And given that they haven't confiscated, I presume that's what you all want me to do? And the guy just. Right. Okay, so, I guess my plans for today have slightly changed. Okay, Tori's back, so meeting time. You sound like
Yeah.
you shouldn't be talking, though, Tauré.
Okay.
So, you're gonna be there, but just maybe keep in mind that you're maybe not feeling the best right now, and you should not.
Okay, I won't talk. Pinky promise.
You should
Okay.
zip it.
With both of my with one of my pinkies.
What did they?
Well,
What?
afterwards, after that, I'm going to have to take you with me to the shop so we can start, because I'm not letting you go anywhere trying to swing around anything with just your left arm. You're bad enough with both of your arms, so
Yeah.
A menace to the
What
public.
did you say? What was that?
you are a menace. And
yes, I am.
I'm going to need you to be capable of fixing any mistakes that you make, and that's
okay.
going to be more difficult with one arm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, by the way, your boots are good to go.
Oh right, yeah.
So they're at my shop, so I guess we
Yay!
can do that. They've just been
can't
sitting
wait.
there collecting dust the whole time. Right. Okay. Sorry, guys. This really he had 2 arms when he walked out that door, and now that's just the one.
Yeah.
Hey, you remember the
Yeah,
brick?
but I'm
Welcome to Tauré.
not
Yeah, no, that's why I'm not particularly surprised. It's just like that was real. You guys work fast. She says to the guy who's turning around and walking out of the door to exit this conversation. Right. Anyways, I guess we will see you around, Hector. And Hector hasn't said anything since Tauré's walked in. He's just kind of been like,
Hey Hector. How's it going? You should try this too. It'll be really useful for lifting heavy things, probably, maybe.
Tauré.
I mean, I didn't have a choice.
right. Who gave you free will? That seems like it was a mistake.
I agree.
My mom. I don't know.
Right.
horrible.
Maybe
You
my
all
dad was
let
right.
him out of your sight for. That was actually 4 minutes. And he comes back without an arm.
We just got to Hollow Star and now he's missing a limb.
Hey, first thing I do after getting back home.
We
It's a
just
memory.
Take
got
off an
back
arm?
home, and you chop off your arm.
Right.
Tauré.
I'm going back to the inn. You guys can all come visit me after your meeting, except for you, as you're going with Melly, and that is well deserved.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Oh, we have a meeting we gotta go to, which I 100% promise I won't talk
Why
about.
are you excited? You just lost an arm.
Think of the possibilities.
This
We're
is
thinking.
truly the most unhinged person I have ever talked to.
The hinge never existed.
Yeah.
There was no hinge.
What hinge?
It rusted away a while ago.
I'm a revolving door. I don't have a hinge. Oh wait, does that have a hinge?
Uh,
I don't know. If that
Why are you a door?
Huh? Oh wait, no, we hate Jacob. Sorry.
Other door
Hey,
people
anyway,
exist.
I'm off.
Okay.
Bye.
See you soon.
You all can have a good time. Presumably, I'm right. I'm going to get lost out there, and that wizard just walked away.
Oh.
Wish me luck.
Yeah, good
Just
luck.
walk out.
nice to kind of meet you.
Yeah, sorry, Kaede. This is interesting circumstances to.
Hey, first day in Hollow Star. This is just fine, to be honest.
I haven't really processed.
I would
What?
I would say that it's normally not like this, but that would be a lie. With
You
this
would
group,
be
it is
lying.
always like this.
To be fair, this has kind of been a lot for everybody involved. Like
Yeah.
the two people that took you back. Their names Donovan, Renee. I only met them
Calvin.
like. Nope,
Oh my
the
god.
two
Tauré.
who teleported with because they. All right. Anyways, like they basically only had a little bit of time to prep what is a very difficult task, and then I kind of had to throw together like meeting stuff and the rescue operation, and then you're here and you're new. Hi, Melly.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard. And then like with the arm, and that's wow, that's a lot.
I'm a lot, yeah. I
Yeah.
know.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need all the time I can get on that arm, so we're gonna go the meeting. The representative would like to discuss your everything going on with you. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go talk to Shiel. Right, follow me, and we are going to take a 10-minute break right here.
Alright. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Again.
And
You just love to like start it off by something you say, huh?
So can mending be used to seal Torre's mouth shut?
It's a clean break. It's a clean break.
Is it a break?
I don't know.
In the case of Tauré, yes.
Unfortunately, Tauré is not considered an object.
Are you sure about that?
So what if
Objectify Tauré time.
what if we kill Tauré, so now he's an object as a corpse? We mending the lip shut,
you
and then we
res-
revivify.
I feel like
Mending takes a minute to cast. Revivify needs to be used within a minute. So
Krios has something.
Anyways.
Krios might have some problems with
anyways,
this plan.
I'm going to blow up Hollow Star.
Okay. Tauré has now entered his
Anyways.
silence period where he listens to things.
Melly takes you and leads you guys through the Ivory Ward, and you pop out. Actually, since we're in Hollow Star again, I put you guys on the map.
What happened to Watchful? There it goes.
Yeah. So you guys are led to through the city to common ground. Oh, it hates me. It won't let me move the little party icon.
I got you covered.
That's okay. Yeah, thank you. So you guys are moved to common ground, where you enter pretty familiar building. One that you guys were in not too long before you set out on your last adventure, before the Feywild. And as you go up, it seems that everyone there is expecting you already. And so you're led inside, and you see in the same room, there is someone new and someone familiar. So you see an older elven woman sitting at the table. You can put together pretty easily that this is the representative, Gial Elinan, and sitting in another chair off to the side of her desk is Alexis, the mage that interrogated you guys, and the mage that you gave some very important information before you left Hollowstar last time. They are both sitting there as you guys walk in. Shiel says, "Welcome. We have not officially met, but I have heard a lot about your group and what you have accomplished so far in regarding to both of the parties represented here," gesturing to Melly and Alexis, who, as you guys walk in, says, "Howdy, it's been a while, hasn't it?"
It's been a bit.
Right. Well, as you all get seated, there are enough chairs for everybody here. I'm kind of in a U shape around the desk.
Do any of the chairs spin?
No.
Oh, they knew. They knew.
Ori just got out of surgery, and you're going to You're going to spin in front of him?
That would be because of the circumstances. That would make Barry even more likely to spin in front of him.
Right. Well, I have an interest in keeping Hollow Star safe, and part of that nowadays means contacting the affiliated groups responsible for our current situation. So, while all three of us are here, we would like you to, well, just explain your journey so far. We have put together quite a bit from your time before leaving Hollow Star last year. But you have all been gone a very long time and ended up in a very strange place.
Yeah.
We found our way to outside of Volthune.
You left the planet physically or
Physically.
planar?
Planar. We were in the Feywilds.
And how exactly did you manage that?
She's affiliated with the church, right?
So, Shiel has close connections with the church. Melly here is the one who's directly affiliated with the church. Alexis is with the Ivory Ward.
Mhm. Well,
The information we are about to share, if it is explored, will possibly paint a target on Hollow Star by the Wardens.
Okay. Well, in that case, instead of saying specifically what took you out, could you describe the method by which that happened? Because as far as we all can test, and we've had the most powerful mages in the past millennia test it, there is no way to plane shift here.
There are means of piercing through the barrier that was not accounted by the Wardens, involving technology of a long-gone civilization.
collecting a few ancient doodads and then just putting them together and then...
And mind you,
It
they
wasn't-
were ancient by the time that the Wardens began the construction of the barrier.
I see. Victor,
Mm-hmm.
you notice Melly look directly at you, and she kind of looks down at where she's carrying the sword and looks back up at you. She's asking you a question without
Okay.
speaking.
The sword?
She's asking...
Is it the
The
same
starry
stuff?
technology.
Yeah, she's asking that.
Oh!
Yeah, that took me a minute as
Okay.
well. Don't worry about it. I don't want
I was
that
good,
took
I
me a
was good.
second.
Thank you, thanks.
She's not saying anything out loud, it
Yeah.
seems, on purpose.
Nod your little
Yes, I am aware of that part. Jeez. Like, I want to give her like a just like a slight facial expression
Mm-hmm.
of like, yeah, but not like being like, yes, Melly, like,
Gotcha.
Yes, queen.
yes.
Raise your eyebrows at her like,
Simple enough. So she kind of looks back to Alexis, who did not see this. She's kind of focused on Themis, who is talking at this point. I see. So basically you're saying these things are practically relics and we don't have to worry about any active group?
Yeah. I mean, it was not easy.
Nobody's making this
No.
this technology, these things at the
No.
moment. Okay.
It was pretty difficult for us to even return. I mean, you've heard what happened.
Right. So I suppose that makes sense. You ended up in a completely different part of the world. I presume you're only able to go to locations that technology already exists.
Correct.
Okay. I think for now, that line of questioning is good enough. As long as we're sure that nobody else has access to that technology.
there is one person who helped us use it, but she is not a concern. We don't even know if she's okay at the moment, actually.
It sounded like she was being targeted by the wardens when she helped us leave.
Are you familiar with the thorns?
Not any personally, we just know that not everybody agreed with the particular problem group in question. I take it then.
She is such.
Understood. All right. Well, in that case, you can assure us we don't have to worry about anything from other planes coming here or people using that to get around the planet real fast.
The planet? No, probably not. This plane? Do you know that it seems that the barrier was only constructed around Volthune? From our conversations with other beings in the Feywild, it seems that they have had encounters fairly recently with other people from the material plane.
As far as the Ivory Ward goes, there were some who floated that around as idea, but there's just no way to prove it from in here, though.
We have.
Right. Okay.
Okay. If she knows about the church, does she know about Asladin and stuff?
It depends on. I mean, you could ask Melly. She's right there.
Mally, does the representative here know about the church's goals and contacts?
I can tell you're being very vague in order to not give things away, but you're also being a little too vague for me to know specifically what goals. We have quite a few goals.
Corey points at Victor.
Oh my god.
Hmm. That is very on the down low, even within the church itself.
Ah. Okay.
To explain, she turns to
Yes.
the other two. We have a very, we'll call it rare and valuable resource that we just can't let anybody know of. If it were to be found out, a lot of people's lives would be in danger, and we would almost certainly lose said resource. So, until time that it becomes pertinent, that is something that we are not at liberty to share.
See, I was just trying to. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was trying to come up with a way to provide evidence that we know the barrier is planet specific, because we have contacted out of that.
Within the material plane.
We should probably talk about that, because I don't think you know that yet, do you?
That's not our news to share, Tauré.
You see Melly kind of like darting her eyes between you and Victor. And then she says, interesting. Alexis, what this means for your investigation is that there are there has been proof of the theory that you were just discussing, specifically about outside of our planet not being affected by the barrier. I can't go into too much detail on that, but we can get back to you in 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh,
And
shit.
Alexis kind of is... You can see that she's a little disappointed that she's not getting a direct answer, but given that she specifically avoided asking you all about the Astari stuff, you can know that she knows when information becomes a burden and is just going to take your word for it. Right. Okay, well, the Ivory Ward will take that information into account. Now ain't that something? Right, well, Miss Elenin, from what I can tell, there is no threat to Hollowstar here. Well, not any more than we've already discussed with the wardens and the Dragon Council. I mean, it seems to me that these people here are good to go in terms of what the Ivory Ward is concerned with. And you see Melly nods and says, as far as the church is concerned, there was never going to be an issue here, so... And the elven woman kind of looks at all of you and says, well, that is good news. I have a city to run and a big meeting with the rest of the representatives and Lori in a month or so. So you all have been, I shall say, very influential. And as far as the people of the city are concerned, I would like their lives to remain as uninvolved with this process as possible. So, should you come across information that heeds any sort of warning, we would very much like to keep in contact. If there's any important information, either using the avenues of the church or the Ivory Ward, please do let us know. There are many, many lives here in Hollow Star who have no idea what is happening here. If anything endangers the city or the rest of the people in the hold, we need to know. Understood?
Understood?
Of course.
I have one thing.
Yes, sir.
We have some Bondovian refugees that we took with us.
Yes.
Can we get
we've
them
already
squared away? Yeah.
Yes. We already knew that they were coming. They have been essentially adopted by one of the noble families here. Someone who actually emigrated here from Bondovia when she was young. You may remember the Dora family.
Is
Yes.
that so?
Oh, shit!
Is that so?
If
Who?
you don't remember, but the mother of Lisa
That's
and
right!
Jacob
Your
and
accent!
Eliza.
It's so clear in my head!
It makes sense now!
The pieces, they've come together.
They...
Needless
That
to
is-
say,
that's
they
excellent.
are in good hands. We searched through those in the city with Bondovian contacts, and of course they have been quite closed off to us. Not just recently, but they have a pretty harsh policy as far as leaving their country goes. So, the Doors were the first that we contacted, and they were more than welcome to take care of them. So, you will not need to worry about those four.
Oh,
Thank you.
Melly.
Yes?
can we give the other sending stone to them? One from their family remained.
Oh, did you leave?
Yes.
Oh, that was very kind of you. Very considerate. I will deliver that to them.
Thank you.
As soon as possible. Kind of
Looking at Tauré.
drifting over to Torre's
Hey.
position.
No.
It's good to hear that they'll be in good hands.
Yes, well, as I'm sure you're familiar with recently, their household had a decrease in numbers not too long ago. So, anyways, that is all that I needed to hear, unless there's any pertinent information from the Feywild about anything that's happening here.
Was
It doesn't-
Victor, were you gonna say something?
No.
This is a stretch, and I am not sure how long it has been, but one of the people we were in contact with in the Feywild informed us that one of their group of envoys, have not returned and have not been in contact with them for quite some time. I believe that was not in. I would like to think that it was probably not in this continent, but be on the lookout, I suppose.
There are many races in the Feywild. Are we looking for anything in particular?
Is Kaede in here?
Eladrin, elves.
Kaede is there, yes.
Probably looks
presume.
like him. Themis points at Kaede.
Or at least kinda.
Yeah.
Might be another color. They tend to have different seasons.
She kind of drifts over to Alexis, who says, I think I saw a report of something relating to it in Eladrin not too long ago. Something about there being a group of them in Conquer, but I can't remember quite where I read that. That would track with what you were saying, though. And I presume that if they're here, then that means that they got here before the barrier, which means that they'd be... It'd be a long ways. But like I said recently, in the last couple of years, I think we heard something about them, so... I mean, I can get back to you on that if you want, but...
Yep.
Not much use that information's going to be doing on this plane, I don't think. And
That was my guess as well, so good to hear similar ideas.
all right, well, since this meeting is concluded, let's go out to the lobby. I have something I want to ask you all about, if you don't mind.
Very well.
All right.
Shale kind of nods you all as you leave and says, good luck on whatever you do next. And as the door closes, you all go out to the lobby. And Alexis comes up to you and says, All right, I have a bit of a conundrum, and first group of people that came to mind was y'all, and I have a little bit of a, we'll call it a search and rescue mission, if you're interested.
Continue.
Oh, okay.
So, I give some context on this. While we were under the watchful eye of the draconic business, essentially, the Ivory Ward, people weren't allowed to work on anything by themselves. Everything needed to have somebody else to give some sort of oversight. It's how we kept each other in check. Mages, traditionally, at least the ones that tend to build themselves up real well, don't take too kindly to other mages, especially not getting in on their projects. So it can lead to them basically going AWOL and start doing things that the general consensus of the ward doesn't quite agree with. Now, we thought that as much as we disliked how much the external pressures were keeping us from doing anything too out there, that this system was not a bad idea. However, one of our members decided to take it upon himself to have a personal project. This project being a subspace. Basically, he has something going on inside an extra dimension within an object. And he knew what he was doing was against the rules. And so in that space, he very specifically made it very difficult for us mages to get in there and apprehend him. It is pretty difficult for all of us who use arcane magic to do anything in there. Basically, it's like if the whole world was poisonous to your existence. So, unfortunately, the ward needs some help. And as this case landed on my desk, I thought of you lot in case you were interested. It will be dangerous. But I think you all are capable of handling the danger there. The general premise, get in, apprehend the subject who shouldn't be too powerful within that domain, given that he did not have time to tie its power to something else. He's still keeping it up himself. So he's weakened, because if he takes too much off of the space, then you all are going to tumble out into the room that we have that object. And then he'll be real easy to apprehend because we'll be waiting for him. So, get in, apprehend him in some way. If he doesn't collapse space himself, you will have ways to get out. Once that subject is apprehended, we can all move past this little situation. If you're interested, you will be compensated. Open to a bit of negotiation. We can always throw in some gold, but it's also the ward, and we have resources. So, if you're thinking of anything else, we can talk. If you're interested, if you need to think about it, just give me a holler. But if you've made up your minds now, you can always tell me.
I'd be interested. Anyone else?
I'd be interested.
Is
It's
go for it.
I'm interested, but I would like to think about this.
Is our
I should also say, not urgent.
okay?
Oh,
We're
right. You
fairly
have the object.
confident. Yeah, we're fairly confident that in order to make that space any deadlier, he has to exit it and rearrange
And you're
things from the
waiting.
outside. So we have it under supervision. He's pretty aware of that. So keep it in mind, maybe, if you have some free time and feel like getting some pay. But up to you all.
One quick question: Is our good friend Colonel, the inventor, still in Ivory Ward jail?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I would have to check the records. I think I know who you're talking about. Eccentric little fellow, right?
Mm.
Very,
Yeah.
yes.
Mess around and find out.
Like
Right.
setting his own lab on fire.
Well, since this whole shift has happened, we've laxed a little bit of the rules on what people are and are not allowed to do. As long as he informs the ward on what he's doing, he shouldn't have any more problems. But I'm fairly certain that he has been released, yes.
Perfect.
Good news.
Yay.
Good news indeed.
Okay, that's it.
Well, I reckon that'll be all then.
Very well.
All right. Have a good one, y'all. And she
You too.
walks out.
Tauré, you arm. Arm you.
Yeah.
You arm. You arm.
Well,
Arm.
well, yes. Let's go back to your workshop, Melly,
Yeah.
and then I'd like to talk about something, but after we're in a private space.
Okay.
As a group, Victor.
So, while we're all here, since Alexis just took her opportunity, I also have a little bit of an expedition in mind. After, of course, this idiot gets his arm back.
Uh-huh.
Also not time pressure. Stop me if you're uninterested.
Keep going.
Okay.
No, nobody's stopping you.
So, I happen to get through methods we'll not describe here, a permit to go into Old Hollow Star.
Old Hollow
Oh.
Star.
So remember when we were at the festival? They're talking about how they're like, there's old stuff underground and there's like dangerous
Oh,
monsters,
right,
but there's
right,
old tech and it's like old mining civilization. And we talked about maybe
Yeah.
doing that one day. Yeah.
So, the first thing that I was interested when I got here after setting up my workshop was that, and I figured if I could convince some people that the church had a lot of resources working on it, that it wasn't going to be a big deal to pop down and come back up. I'm specifically after some of the materials that we no longer have recipes for that were made down there. As I think you guys know, but there's an old dwarven citadel is what Hollowstar used to be before they had to move to the surface. And
Well, yes, I know.
right. So I have some information on how to go in there. I have some old maps. Whether or not the citadel is still intact, we don't know. Nobody's been in there for 600 years. So I figured, rather than bothering a bunch of the church members, you guys are back.
Yeah.
Maybe another ancient city diving. This time, hopefully,
Less
less-
dying?
Zombies.
less zombies and liches and dying.
Well, this will
and
be our
Well,
fourth now.
zombies.
This
'cause
one-
we had 2 more in the Feywild.
True, but also this one did
Oh.
not get a mountain thrown over it.
Well, the mountain grew over it.
There is no mountain. It's a city.
it's pretty deep underground. So I was interested. I want to go there.
Sounds exciting.
I could
It does.
go.
My curiosity has been piqued.
Let us go.
Ooh,
I
sign me
agree.
up.
But first, of course, first arm, but also, we have some catching up to
Also-
do.
Yeah, there's the thing that I talked about that we need to talk about. So
Okay.
let's go back
Well,
to your
you
place.
know what? How about we all go to my workshop then?
Yeah. How about we go get Colonel and then you can both work on my arm?
No.
No.
Tori, do you want your arm to explode?
I mean,
On you.
Well,
it.
you see, worst
Mm.
comes to worst, having a self-destruct button could be fun.
So
No.
Oh.
see, no understands.
listen, I'm a fan of some of Colonel's work, but this is Tauré we're talking about here, and
Oh, he's going to press it for fun to see
I
what
don't
happens.
think we should physically attach. I don't think we should physically attach
Explosives.
that feels like an awful idea. I think
Mm-hmm.
let's just get him the arm, and anything else that we can do is,
Good plan.
extra
Okay.
What?
work on top. We needed the arm
Yeah,
done first.
I feel
What
a little
if-
uncomfortable
Yeah, Barry.
with explosives.
I
What-
feel like you're
what-
about to say something unhinged, Barry.
What if you give someone else the activator for the boom?
We are not stropping
I volunteer.
a bomb to Tori.
A remote
I-
detonated bomb on Tauré.
I volunteer to keep it safe.
I volunteer to keep it safe.
Yeah, sure, Barry.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not.
Guys,
Nope.
guys.
Nuh-uh. Nope.
Melly is the only one here making sense. Why?
Okay, hold on.
No whimsy.
Krios
Let's
has
go. We're going to the workshop.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm,
We're
I'm sure.
going.
Yeah.
I'm sure Barry's maniacal laughter gave him away.
Krios has a pouch of holding. We can put it in the pouch of holding.
We are not.
You have a
Or
couch.
the couch
The
of
couch
holding.
of-
I'm sorry.
And we would never get it out again.
Perfect.
Unless we were looking for the gold we put in there, then maybe.
No, this is perfect
Then-
because Tori gets what he wants, and then we get to make sure that Tori never dies from the bomb, and we don't die from the bomb because once we put the detonator in the couch, it's never coming out.
Then what's
Why
the
have
point
a
of the
bomb?
bomb?
So Tori has it.
Why?
So that when Tori gets hit by a particularly hard fireball, he takes everybody out with him.
Now that would be cool.
Hey, okay. We need to go. I'm sorry.
Yes. Let's.
I didn't know if Colonel had toned down a little bit or if he was still as trigger happy as he was before, but I thought maybe some additional engineering help would be appreciated.
Say that sentence again. Don't actually.
Okay.
Anyways, Melly takes you out of common ground and kind of shortcuts through the sword district. Her workshop is right here in this little area, kind of in between Crystal Lane and the sword district. Decently sized building. Looks like the church gave her quite the amount of funds because it's like a whole plot basically. And so you guys get in there and it's pretty familiar. It's laid out in a very similar way to her workshop in Woodwatch, but there are way more materials, way more active projects. You can see there's a lot going on in this room. So as she walks in, she walks in and basically doesn't look at the rest of you, points at Tauré, says, "You sit there, the rest of you go over there, don't want to blow you up."
Okay.
And then continues to
Can we, like-
some of her stuff.
Can we talk across the room about Aslan real quick?
Yes, there's.
Well,
this
it's what I
building's pretty
mentioned.
secure.
It's what I mentioned earlier. We found out through Victor that Aslan is in the material plane.
Just
And we
outside.
poked a hole through the barrier, and Victor can now talk in a limited fashion.
I
Yeah.
am not all that surprised. So I guess I'll fill you guys in on the church-specific stuff. A lot of our priesthood's magic has gotten ever so slightly stronger. We weren't really sure why, but I figure you guys leaving had something to do with it, because after I called you, and then you kind of went. After that's when it happened. So it's clear that the influence that Aslan has is a little stronger, although no direct contact has been made from anybody. Yeah,
Well, look
I'm
here,
not all that
Victor.
surprised.
Victor has made direct contact.
Yeah, he said that he couldn't do much.
But you
But
spoke
yes, we spoke
with words.
with words in my head. Yeah.
All right, that's well, that's more than anybody here has. Can you just do that all the time?
I don't. Okay. Sometimes it's hard for me to focus, and I can't do it. I've gotten inside of. There's this part of my head. If I focus hard enough, it feels. I felt something like a connection, right? But before it was empty. And I tried some things, but nothing was really around. But then I also tried in the Feywild, and nothing happened. There's a whole lot of nothing, and not even a presence of anything. So when we got back to Volthune, I tried again, and it was like there was a crack. like what we did made it easier for me to get into contact. I can try at any time to will myself into that space, but it's not a guaranteed communication thing, I would assume.
Okay, so I asked whether or not you can just do that all the time, and you talked for 2 minutes there before just telling me, no, you can't do that all the time.
Themis,
I don't know.
Themis slaps Victor.
Ah! What is your problem?
2 minutes.
As you were talking, though, during that 2 minutes, Melly kind of gestured to Tauré to remove his shirt.
Oh.
She needs to
Whoa.
take measurements.
Slow down. Yeah, I know.
So she's basically inspecting the area of the shoulder as Victor is rambling on, and she starts taking out little things to measure the size of Tauré's other arm. After she got done poking fun of you, Victor, she goes, you know, I guess I didn't really notice it before. You're not like dying anymore. I thought maybe like the color was just that it was all over, but
One photo negative.
yeah, that's what happened.
There was a lot. Yeah. The city I was looking for was indeed in the Feywild, but it was in like a much corrupted state, and we had to put it down. But I have this cool, nifty seed, and he's gonna pull out the little seed, and this might help do some rebirth stuff of the grove and maybe my people. I'm not sure.
Wow. I was expecting that I would have to make a much skinnier arm.
Thank you.
But it seems that that's not as necessary anymore. Okay. Well, we could talk about that later, because church stuff. So, okay. There is one other thing I should mention. So coming up pretty soon is kind of an important day. The extra influence that we gained accelerated some of our plans.
Oh.
She's still taking measurements. And Victor, you can tell that now she's talking to you, but she is like avoiding eye contact. So, I've been told that I can't give you the location. 'Cause yeah, so your brother's birthday
Yeah. Yes.
is coming up.
Yeah.
Was that the 2 to 3 weeks you said? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So part of the reason why So this was explained to me a little bit after I got bumped up within the church, in the event that I might need to explain this to you specifically. The reason why Axel worked better than you did. Essentially, your birthdays were supposed to be on days that would have solar eclipses a couple years down in the future. You were born late.
So this changes some stupid magic thing. Right?
Axel's birthday has a solar eclipse in 4 years, which is when we assumed would be the earliest time that we could do this. But it also has one this year.
Dang.
So, they modified the age regression. He is basically a month old right now.
That's a lot of de-aging real quick.
He's okay. But the ritual will be ready. I have been instructed to retrieve your book. No.
Of course.
It will be severed and you will no longer suffer nightmares. You all acted like the amount of time that had passed wasn't so much. I presume if it had actually been a year, those nightmares would have started taking a very heavy toll on you, and it doesn't seem like that's the case. So, am I right in believing that you spent less time out there than what happened here?
Time's real weird in the Feywild.
Yeah, it was less time and we slept way less as well.
Okay. Well, not to matter. That will still provide plenty of fuel for the ritual. Listen, Victor, I'm sorry I can't give you more. What I can say if you promise me that you're not going to do anything, then I will tell you where it's happening. But you have to swear. I know.
I'm not strong enough to do anything on my own. I couldn't do anything if I tried.
That's not the answer she's looking for.
I promise I won't do anything, Millie. I would. I would like to see. At least. I won't do anything.
Okay. I'm going to make sure that this idiot gets his arm sorted. And when it gets closer to the date, you can come back here and I will take you to the site.
Understood.
But if any of you do anything out of line, I want you to understand that you are throwing my life away. Everything that I've built for and worked towards. Understand?
We're here to help the church. That hasn't changed.
Why I'm offering this in the first place.
You have our compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyways, and goes back to taking measurements, starts pulling out some parchment and doing some rough drawings, rough schematics. Anyways, as far as the other developments with the church have gone in the past year or so, I mean, nearly every city on Zithia has some sort of permanent open establishment. Of course, we have establishments in many of the other cities across the other two islands with, you know, as discreet as we need to be in certain places, but for the most part, given our role in a lot of the re-electing that has been going on in the other cities, we have won the heart of the people in many areas, even if they haven't directly supported our replacement representatives. As I'm sure you've heard, some of the cities decided that they had pretty good working relationships with the dragons, and said dragons, some of them renounced the council, others had refused to identify one way or the other. But we keep tabs on as many as we can. Oh, it's much harder for us. They kind of knew that we were there all along, but anyways, good news about Aslan, I'm sure. I'm sure that it's led to a lot of what we've been able to accomplish so far. Personally, Victor, I would keep that to yourself.
Wasn't
Knowing
planning on
knowing what I know
letting
about
them
some of the
use.
procedures, it's just probably safer that you don't say anything until after the ritual, because by that point they won't really have a super big need for that kind of connection. Right now, they might. I don't know. They're pretty respectful most of the times, but I don't think they're above snatching you.
If they were to snatch me, what would that entail exactly?
Ouch, we cannot possibly fight off the entire church.
Probably, given the severity of this connection, we're talking a major branch of the church in projecting power coming to take you away in the middle of the night, taking you to as far away from the rest of these guys as they can, and forcing you to make as much contact with Asladin as you can manage.
Victor,
So bad.
even if they do not take you away, even if they come to ask you not so kindly, we cannot possibly fight off that many people.
That's not where I was going.
They wouldn't
worry
take you
about
to
it.
the same place as your mother, if that's what you're implying.
No. I was just curious. Though, do you know how she is?
I don't really get much in the way of information for that. She's kind of had a special station in Woodwatch for a while now, and I help more with general church activities, and that's a very, very specific issue that she's considered a flight risk.
Yeah, they told me that before, and trust me, I know. So, I think I was supposed to get a letter. That letter would have been sent a year ago, I believe. But if it should have been sent to the inn. So maybe I'll ask if there's been anything in the past year, I guess.
The situation kind of changed, given the whole thing. So they now think that it would be better to do that after.
They told me that I might be able to speak with her, though. Is that not an option anymore?
She's quite involved in the process right now, and they don't want her to be distracted.
Yeah, no, that's... I get it. It's fine. Just hope that they're all right.
Only 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks. I know. I'm already bending what I can.
Only 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks. I can't say that I'm super pleased with everything, but it's not like it's it. That's it.
They're just, and I don't know whether or not it really matters, but they're concerned that your presence would cause her to lose focus, and it's just too important that everything goes according to plan.
I know.
And
because
in the back of your mind, you did recently learn about a magic ritual that went astray when the child of a very important person to said ritual got distracted, and
Don't want Axel becoming a tree.
that's crazy.
this isn't the grove we're talking about. This is Asladan. Axel could become anything, and that is much worse.
Flaming baby?
So much potential.
Flaming baby, hydrogen bomb. Who can say?
I was just gonna say, you know what happens when all of that potential turns into kinetic.
Smile dropped.
Wow.
I'm more upset
She
that
says,
I never
smiling.
thought to make that joke.
Smile drop, she says with a slight smile on her face. Now you're just trying too
Wow.
hard, Pookie.
Mm-mm. After talking for a little bit, Melee kind of stands up from the papers and says, "All right, put your shirt back on. I have everything that I need. Okay, well, before you all head back to the inn, were you thinking of any modifications to this thing? I won't be able to put it in right away, but I can leave room for myself later to make it easier."
What do we think?
Not a bomb.
No bombs.
Crossbow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was thinking about the turret thing that I got shot by.
Magic laser turret?
Yeah, there's like a magic.
Are you gonna break
crystal
that one too?
laser turret thing.
I am not quite sure what you're talking about.
Projectile
but
weapons.
It'd be more like an energy weapon than a projectile weapon.
Okay.
It was kind of like a crystal thing that we found, and it shot lasers at us, and then Tauré
It was-
exploded it.
What's
But
lasers?
the crystal itself
guys-
was a bomb, so I guess that's not exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, never
What
mind.
is
It was
Krios? What
ancient
is
technology.
laser?
None of you know what the word laser is.
A beam
Ancient
of light.
technology.
A beam of light that hurt a lot, multiple times.
How can light hurt? Oh, the sun hurts.
It's
I mean, it goes
magic.
Zer.
Magic is
Hey.
is light all the time.
Hey, Nah, have you seen my microwave?
I suppose. I suppose that is true.
Yeah,
it's like
and
a
Tauré talks
moonbeam.
about his microscope all the time. I can make up words too.
It was like a, okay. Wow, it keeps getting worse. I'm not even. I do have a project for you sometime, Melly, if you wanna. Not now. Yeah, no. Think of it as like a moonbeam, but very small and shooting out of like a ballista thing.
Like a line of light.
Hmm. Well, I suppose. That would either basically drain your arcana for the day immediately, or guess we could look for an alternate fuel source. Actually,
Can it be fueled by his ability to speak?
The longer I talk, the higher the charge.
That's
You ever heard of petroleum?
No, the more you talk, the less you have.
Oh, so my silence is my power. Excellent idea.
great-
Yes,
Clausie, you were not repeating that.
you were thinking about something, Moo/Millie.
Yes, well, it would require probably a supply of magical crystals. So I would have to get Colonel involved.
Okay.
That's like a very specific modification. Is there nothing else that you can think that would be
thinking-
handy?
No, I'm thinking handy, you say? Detachable hand?
It's
I don't know. I'm spitballing.
Like
I could
grappling?
make it detachable. That would probably make this
grapple.
this beam situation a little easier if
Ooh,
you
wait.
took your hand
yeah.
off and then
Yeah. Like a. Okay. Over the table. Actually, I'm the only one who's watched this. Never mind. Nobody would know what I'm talking about.
no.
Hold
Share your
on.
idea.
Share your idea first.
Okay.
don't know.
In One Piece.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. Lost you all.
Okay,
Okay.
no, just
No.
keep going. It's okay.
I
Just
might
keep
know what it
talking.
is. I've seen a lot of stuff from it.
He can like tip down his hand like a trapdoor opening and shoot stuff out of it, but
Yeah.
he can also shoot it like a grappling chain to grab onto stuff from a distance.
Yeah,
So that kind of concept.
That's fun.
that's what I was thinking of.
Or you could do like a spring-loaded punch where it like winds up and then you go bang.
Okay.
Like,
So
You should not have given me free reign to think of ideas because I could go all day.
interesting concept. Issue number 1, the chains would need to be stored somewhere, and that would be kind of a problem, specifically because it has to be connected to you still.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could store it in a subspace, like a bag of holding, but then it wouldn't be connected to you. You wouldn't be able to pull on it, right? So
Okay.
Could
the
store him in
other
in his
option-
mouth. He can fit a lot of chain in his mouth.
What?
Barry, I'm
What's
no
with
longer
you,
taking
Barry?
suggestions
Yeah.
from you.
Yeah, gang up on Barry.
So the other option, if you forego the magic like power attack thing that you're talking about, I can create a link with the magic, and that would serve as the connection point.
Ooh. I like that. Sure.
We'll talk about it, but it seems like either way, detachable hand. I will
Yes.
incorporate that into the design. Right. Okay. I'm gonna start working. Actually, I'm gonna take a look at the sword thing first, because if I can
Mhm.
glean on their energy source, that might just solve our problem right away. But
Willpower.
anyways, I want to get to work. So, great seeing you all. Glad that you're here. Stop letting Tauré out of your sight, honestly. Just like
We were all
Ever.
standing. We were all standing right
Yeah.
next to him.
The
at
sword
time.
happened in our sight. We were clearing
It doesn't
for
matter
traps.
what happened.
We were clearing the room for traps, and he just went and grabbed it.
Yeah, he kind of just
There was
goes.
no way to see it coming.
We were examining it. We were looking at it with
We
with
told
our
him not to.
resources. And
Yeah.
before I could do anything, he just said, "What are you guys doing?" and grabbed the sword. like
No, I said y'all are taking too long, and then I grabbed the sword.
Oh, okay. So sorry that I didn't get
Right.
exactly the same.
Okay. Incredible. Wow. I'm gonna get to work now. I need to acquire some materials. Oh, this is gonna be a project. You guys are staying in the city for a little bit, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. This is gonna be a couple days at minimum, so
Melly.
yeah.
Just question, not for right now because you've got your hands full. When would you be open to taking another item commission for like a custom shield? Maybe.
Okay. So at the moment, the arm takes priority. I have a couple other commissions that will kind of bog me down. Why don't you just leave a note with what you need, and I can take a look at it.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, Tauré's boots.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Did we grab those?
Yep, they're right there. I already pointed them out.
Cool.
I suppose someone's probably going to have to help him try him on.
Honestly, maybe we just don't let him have them for a little bit.
That's your punishment.
We need to find out how to do it anyway.
His arm's off.
Just a flesh wound.
I say we just let him do it himself.
Hey, Moo. What? Like, I know that's an affinity, or, oh, what am I saying? Yeah, it's an affinity item, right? Or attunement, sorry, not affinity. An attunement item, right? The boots.
I don't remember.
I believe you said it was.
It's like a year and a half ago, though.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
No, it's in your inventory.
It was already there.
Yeah. Fog followed boots. All you have to do is equip it. There you go.
Oh, okay, never mind. Actually, well, I should ask this question anyways. Which arm was my magical gauntlet on?
Your Pledge of Arcana?
Yes. That's the left arm. Okay. Alrighty, cool.
Every spellcaster martial combination knows. Main hand is for weapon.
Okay.
Secondary hand is for
Okay.
magic.
Also, the boots are an attuned thing because it's in my attunement list. Which is why I was asking.
Oh, I see it.
I'm gonna have to drop one of those other things, but I can. Part of certainty.
Nah, I'm gonna take the attunement off of that.
Okay.
I'm gonna take the attunement off of that.
A treat.
All right, well, you guys are free to head back to the inn if you want.
Of course. Where else would we go to?
Yeah. I've got some
Alrighty.
conversations to be having.
Before we go, Krios will rip off a page from his poetry book and write down the specifications.
Okay.
It's actually poetry, like the instructions. Like a really shitty.
Really bad poetry.
Yeah.
It's a haiku, but the lines don't have the right number of syllables.
Oh no.
He doesn't know what a haiku is yet. He's being creative.
Yeah, and it's really bad.
Need shield, please.
Okay.
That's
well,
the whole thing.
you all can head back to the inn, and we are going to take our 15-minute break here.
1 second.
Transition
Okay.
you guys back to the inn.
All right, we'll be back in 15 minutes. Woohoo!
Okay. So, as the sun is overhead, you guys make your way back to the inn. As you approach, you notice that, as indicated, one wing of the inn has been significantly raised. It now boasts a second floor. And most inns in the city have second floors. But that means stairs. And rich people, if they can help it, they don't need to add extra effort into what they're doing. So the inn has always just had the one floor and just taken up a lot more space than the other buildings around it. So it is quite strange now because most of the other buildings around, if they have a second floor, it's usually because whoever works in that shop just lives there. In the Silverbrook district. So
Modern zoning laws could never.
anyways, as you guys enter, you see that there is Hector behind the counter. And there's also someone new walking around serving people in the dining area. It looks like a female tabaxi who isn't quite all cat. She actually looks mostly like a human, but with some cat features. She's very tall and pretty buff. She looks like she could throw Tauré out the window.
Oh my.
I'll give
I
her
suppose-
some peace.
I suppose Tauré is one arm lighter than normal, but you know.
Well, hello. No.
But that actually would make
How
it
old are you?
more difficult because there's not two armpits to grasp underneath.
True.
Take a
Bridal
bite.
style.
Just
Bridal style. Carry him bridal style.
Yeah, Rowan, just take one arm,
Just whip
swing
him
around like a
around.
lasso.
Anyways, she is basically walking around helping the few people who are in the area at the moment. Hector kind of gestures for you all to sit up over near him at the bar top.
Victor will take off his jacket and he'll walk on over.
Looks like you've
How
done
did you
that a
say
few
it like that?
times.
Yeah, walk right on over. He's gonna
That's
take off
worse.
his jacket.
That's worse than Torrin.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not worse. He's fine. He just takes off his jacket and he puts it on the seat that he's gonna sit on. He sits on the seat.
Very literally said the thing again.
Oh my goodness.
It
What
looks
do
like
you
you've done
mean?
that a few times.
What do you mean by that? Yes. Yes, I have. What?
Well,
Well, hello again.
now that stakes are slightly lower, I'm going to have a drink. Would any of you like to join me?
Do you
I'd
serve
like your
some?
Yeah.
finest.
Uh.
I'd like your finest mead, please.
I don't know if it's the best idea for me.
Perhaps not.
Suit yourself. And very cheeky, you know where the best mead we get comes from.
I haven't
Mm.
had any in so long.
Yeah, it's been a problem.
All right. Well, this is, I think, the first time I've ever served somebody's own product to them.
It's quality check, you know?
Just a testament of its quality.
Got to make sure that the quality hasn't declined since I've been away.
Well, as he's getting everybody drinks, the first thing I'd like to hear about, and he sets down a drink. He poured out Barry's mead, one for Barry, but he poured out an extra one, puts it in front of Kaede, pushes it forward, and says, "You're new."
Yeah. And he'll kind of do like a small little wave.
I rolled a 19 on the quality check, so
Pretty good.
Eek.
Mm-mm. I want to hear what the heck happened over there, and everybody else has just been treating you like you're just coming along for the ride, but you're here on a completely different plane as far as I understand, and you have no idea what's going on, do you?
Absolutely no idea.
Oh.
I know I have some. Okay. This is confusing, but I know a little bit about some things, but I've heard a lot about you. So,
Well, that's interesting.
Like a lot.
Victor's over here like...
Like a lot.
Whoa.
Victor's
is
starting
like,
to turn purple.
Like 80 days and then some a lot.
Victor is like, I said those in confidence.
I
He's
said
assuming.
I'm confident.
yeah, I remember
80
you.
times in confidence.
Yeah, it's nice to finally put a face to all that I've heard.
Well, I haven't heard much about you or about where you've come from, if you don't mind me asking. I'm like the unofficial member of this group. It's all right, you can tell me.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Um,
Go ahead. Perfectly fine.
Unofficial?
Unofficial is crazy.
We can change that.
Yeah, well, you all are written in the guild as the wandering
owned it.
weirdos or whatever, and I'm not part of that.
But
so
you owned it
Syrian
in.
wanderers.
unofficial.
But you owned it
As-
in that sponsors
As
us.
far as the Adventuring Guild is concerned, the business of the party does not determine who is in the party.
We can change the rules. We have actual democracy now.
because
We can change the rules.
Then I would be required to go with you, and I really don't want to do that. As much as that sounds like a fun little adventure, I get myself killed, or I get one of you killed, and that'd be worse.
We'd keep you alive.
Hey,
Heard the stories.
Because
I'd
we
love
do a
to
damn
promise
good
that.
job at
So
that.
good at keeping each other alive.
We are getting better.
That's
Anyways,
not reassuring.
Kaede, welcome to the Volthune Inn. Would you like to explain to Hector?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell him what you went through.
Oh,
Yeah. It's a bar. That's
Yeah.
what this place is for.
Time to trauma
Okay.
dump. You have mead in
Oversharing.
front of you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's nothing. It's just did we talk to over the table? Did we talk like was he in the room when we talked about the Feywild stuff? Sorry.
Not.
Does he know where we were?
So
Well, he did just say that you're in a new environment on a new plane, so he knows that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's been a little bit of information spread among the different parties that you guys had contact with.
Okay. Well, I come from the Feywild, and how I met everybody, I had come upon an object, and I was stuck in a loop trying to get out of the loop and trying to save my parents. It's
Hey.
it's a lot. It's a long story. But I've already kind of wanted to go out and adventure. It's always been something that I have wanted to do since I was little.
Wait. So you don't have a reason to be going anywhere besides you just want to go.
I mean,
Because I know pretty much everyone else here had something either pulling them in or pushing them out. So
Well-
you're just in it for the hell of it, huh?
yeah. I mean,
The thrill?
the thrill. Yeah. Where I come from, I was, I am a prince, and I had duties.
Royalty. Okay, that makes a
Yeah.
wee bit more sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, I wanted to get out there.
It must have been quite the situation, though. It doesn't seem like you all have really talked about being able to get back wherever you were for the last year. Am I right in presuming you're not sure that you can, or you definitely can't get back?
I don't think we know whether we can or not, but I think it's pretty. It seems like we wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
So you left your family, your home, with
I did.
almost a guarantee that you won't be able to get back.
Yes.
The hell did the rest of you do?
I don't.
We helped.
We helped, and then we offered because he seemed like he was interested in becoming an adventurer, and well,
It's
We
more
took-
why he decided to stick around with us, which is more
we
of
just offered.
more of his thing, and he got to know us better than we got to know him.
Yeah. About the loop, the stuck in the same day over and over again. I learned a lot about these people, and
Apparently a lot about you too.
yeah.
Hold on.
I d- I-
So Sorry, putting together. No offense. Speaking a little slower than my brain works. So, you said loop. Like, doing the same thing over and over again?
Yes.
Same day.
And the rest of you, were you in the loop?
We didn't know we were until it was the last day.
Well,
I think
Because we
it
only
is more.
experienced the last day.
So I think it is more accurate to say that only Kaede was in the loop.
Yeah.
we
For
were
us, it was
aware
only one day.
Only up until a certain point we would be aware of it.
We were on a thread that tied into the loop.
Yes.
That is... You people get yourselves into the weirdest fucking shit.
Tell me about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. Sorry, Kaede. Still interesting. But also, Tauré,
I look different.
well, yes. So, one, your arm's off. I know how that happened. Two, you don't look like you're dying. You look
Spiffy.
darker than usual.
This was the original.
That was the original.
The original paint job.
Interesting.
Yeah, we found the city in the Feywild, and it was kind of corrupted and a shell of what it once was, and we had to put it out of its misery. And everybody in it was me.
Sorry to... Oh, sorry, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see the ritual.
As if you needed a bigger ego.
The
city is of you.
ritual that was happening got messed up. Because Saladin was in the midst of doing the ritual and saw me trying to mess with it, and it distracted him, and then he had to change things to try and salvage whatever. It was like the only path where I would have lived, which is very nice of him, and I like him now.
Saladin's his dad, by the
You
way.
have
And I had
touch
to
away with words, Tauré.
I had and he was gone, but his remnant was like this big tree dragon thing, and I had to dunk on it.
You fought the dragon?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And then I have this little seed here, which contains like, I don't know, will potentially rebirth the grove and maybe some remnant of my people. So I have to find a suitable place to plant this.
I don't suppose you have like a little garden?
I have no property to my name. I own no land, and the island is probably still not
Gross.
habitable. I got fixed. The
Interesting.
island almost certainly was not fixed. Because that's just residual. So I'm going to have to find somewhere else.
Maybe the seed will fix the island.
I risk that? I have one try, Barry. I have one opportunity, and I don't want to decay the seed.
Do you have any ideas where you're going to put it?
As of yet, I don't know. Maybe somewhere we can all hang out. Maybe I'll find somewhere in Hollow Star and we could see if it works. Or like on the mountain next to Hollow Star or something. I don't know.
What did it... I don't think you've ever fully explained to me what it looked like before everything happened to you.
What looked like.
The grove, the trees that you're talking about. How big was the grove?
sizable enough to have a couple hundred individual ancient trees in it.
I don't think there's any room inside Hollowstar's walls for something like that.
Couple of square kilometers, probably. But there was a main center with the 4 biggest. Yeah, probably not room here.
Well, I suppose it just popped across my mind right now, but we get our mead from a certain group in the forest. If your original island doesn't work out or something like that, I figured I would bring it up, although you all have actually been there, so I wouldn't know if the people there would be receptive to such a thing.
I mean, I have it on pretty good authority that they're, good with plants.
Yeah. I would hope so.
But that's Barry's spot, That would be like a big thing to just drop.
Could always ask.
Barry's right here.
And we could always ask the circle if they would be, they might be willing to shepherd the whatever grows.
Well, what I'm trying to think is if I would I want to stay there and help, or because I wouldn't want to just leave after planting that.
You can visit.
Yeah.
I feel like that we're all presuming several things. I was just bringing it up as a familiar location. If it was somewhere you wanted to stay, it feels like you're probably living out in the woods on your own anywhere you pick, unless it's near some sort of settlement. And it is, being a magic forest, still a forest. I'm wondering whether building it closer to people would even be a good idea. I feel like most of the people here would see a forest and think, ooh, some lumber.
Ooh, shiny.
That probably would not go well for them, but good point.
Well, whether it's for the tree's safety or for the people who are, around safety. Listen, I'm truly just talking out of my ass here. You're the expert.
You know what I just thought? There was that unnamed grave out near Barry's town with that golem guarding it. That's pretty secluded. He might need some company.
And you know what? I'm sure society would be so grateful for you to be living so far away.
Okay.
You walk into that one.
It's me, I'm society. Wait, what?
High society.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's stupid. It's really stupid.
That is really stupid.
Thank you. I take pride in being stupid.
Well, As for me, I have some new help, as I'm sure you've seen. That over there is Teresa. Found her in Bear Trail. Apparently was a decent hunter. Well, also, it got a little rowdy here. Things were not super smooth. Politically, that is. So, having just a wee bit extra help without having to call the guards in
Yeah.
did pretty good.
Yeah, she looks like she can snap people in half.
Oh yes.
Oh.
Good.
I'll be on my best behavior. I'm scared.
Yeah, that's intimidating.
Yes, we're all very worried, Victor, that you're going to do something so heinous that you deserve to be snapped in half.
Or it just
By
might
the
happen by
bouncers.
accident.
You don't know. Maybe.
You're right. Any place there's alcohol, you are in danger.
To himself.
I'm not.
To the floor.
I chose
And
not
the
to
table.
drink right now.
Very impressive. I'm not sure what happened to you in the last year, actually.
Oh, funny
Eh.
story. It hasn't actually been a year.
Even this time, for such a turnaround, suddenly
Oh no.
a sober detective.
No, I just wanted to I don't know, be able to talk to you.
Get through a conversation? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that makes more sense.
It'd be really sad if I just passed out.
Anyways, you all can say hi to Teresa when she's not quite so busy. On the other hand, my other new hire is Leon, who is doing a very good job at not being noticed by all of you, including you, Detective. I thought you'd be better at this. Turn around.
What?
You all turn around to see not much, and then a small little figure. It feels like he just walks out of nowhere, and you see a gnome with gray skin. Looks. No mages are kind of difficult, but he's got a bit of a beard going on. Gray, not white. But he kind of walks up to you and says, "Hello, my name is Leon."
Whoa.
Hello, I'm Victor. How did I not
Good
notice you?
afternoon.
Kind of what I'm good at. And also, I've heard a bit about your abilities as a detective, and I took some extra precautions, let's say. Good first impression if you don't catch me.
Ah. You found your
Good job.
match, Victor.
I wouldn't
No.
quite say that. Deep gnomes have a little bit of a natural advantage. Anyways, I'm here to assist Hector with information gathering, cleaning up, keeping tabs on people and all that. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to my work, let's say.
You do that.
Nice meeting you all. And he kind of like walks around the corner of the bar, like he is going to go behind the bar, and then he's gone.
How does he do that?
That is so interesting.
So, between these two, I decided that's about when I decided to make things a little more interesting. So, a network across the inns. Sounds exciting. All these organizations I was hearing about, the Ivory Ward, the church.
Mhm. Political, not interference, but interaction with the political side of the things has always been a part of the inn. Glad to see you're enjoying it.
Well, less political, more... I mean, whatever they do with the information we gather could be political. Maybe it's personal.
See, that is
Maybe, I don't know.
that is by nature is how the inn interacts with the politics. We have been less likely to interact directly, but favors here and there, information here and there, that has always been the case. You are very fitting for the role, Hector.
Well, that's good to hear. It's
Huh.
interesting. A little like running the inn itself, dealing with an organization like that. But obviously some challenges are quite different.
Wow. You've really been up to things.
And you're saying that we're getting ourselves
Well,
into things. This
You all left me very bored.
Wasn't meant to be that long.
It was
Yeah.
not that long for us, in retrospect.
For some
Yeah,
of us, it
no.
was negative.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
I'm,
Barry's younger now.
I'm going to say this as calmly as I can to not allow the others in the room to hear. I'm glad everything turned out well with your little trip. But do you understand quite how fucking stupid it was for you all to do what you did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And yet, no regrets.
We would probably do it
Here
again.
we are.
Tauré's not dying anymore.
You
And we have Kaede.
Yeah, I would have been
Yeah.
gone. So
You must have the most ridiculous amount of divine protection for your stupid escapades
what can I
to
say?
not turn up and all of you being dead or missing.
Those trees really liked me.
Well, I definitely could have died a couple of times. The dragon sat on me.
Oh, that was funny. Yeah.
Like, completely crushed me. I don't remember
Yeah.
anything after it.
Sorry,
You remember that time when it tried to fly? And then it couldn't?
And you were like, "Hey, big guy, come
And it-
look at me." And
and
then
it
it actually did
breathed.
look at you. And then
It breathed all over me.
So,
right.
that wasn't, like, what I intended on doing.
So, to sum up your trip, Tauré City, there was a dragon. It sat on Victor. Very funny. But
The dragon was his
you
dad.
managed.
important detail. Don't forget.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, there are some jokes. There are some jokes there.
Oh, keep those.
By
to
all
yourself.
means, go
What?
ahead.
Don't say go ahead.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
You are going to regret this, Tauré.
I'm going to refrain from making jokes about friends' parents and all that. That being said, sounds like City was a success. none of you died. You got your seed that you needed, Tauré.
Hooray!
Tauré seed?
And then you picked up Kaede. Some sort of time loop thing there going on. Sounds like that must have been obnoxious. What did you have to introduce yourself to these guys a bunch of times?
Yes.
At first, but then it was more of like, hi, let's go.
It was very
Apparently,
confusing.
apparently we had to kill him a bunch of times too to reset the loop.
Mostly
We
just you.
Oh.
We don't have to talk about that part.
No, we can move past that.
Now
Yeah, let's maybe not remind
raises the
him.
casualty rate significantly. I told you always get each other killed.
We
I think-
probably
Does
died
that
a
one
lot,
count?
We probably
at
all
the-
died
Oh, yes.
a lot.
At the time, Kaede
Yes.
wasn't really one of us.
Yeah, so technically it
Kaede?
didn't count.
Kaede
We
still
adopted
counts.
him after.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But you guys did die a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. but
Well,
here we are. And then we went to court.
Oh, I don't know if this counts, but I did watch everyone disappear as in Themis turned into ash. But then I disappeared too. And that's where the court thing
Oh.
came into play.
wait, was this during the loop, or is this another thing that
No.
you all...
This was after the
So-
loop.
After the loop, we went to court.
yeah. And that's it.
It's
Then
interesting.
we went back to here. Well, Bondovia, I suppose. And then back here.
Yeah.
We were taken in by Nikolai. He's very nice.
Yeah.
Thank
You know
goodness.
that though. I hope he's
You
okay.
watch him look down, and then he looks back up and says, "Right. Well, Leanne says I should ignore the bit that you all just lied to me about, which I'll do for now.
Hmm?
But
Huh?
as for after,
Yeah.
Nikolai, so, right, you ended up in Bondovia. How... I thought you left from Hollow Star.
We did.
So, our means of transport is in a language we can't read. It was kind of trial and error, except we could only try once. So, yeah.
So, essentially, you were a package and you mailed yourself to the wrong address.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We kind of had to, though, because the mailbox was broken.
It was like if the mailbox only gave us options to send it, like, we could only read the addresses in like a completely separate language, and so that
We had
it
to
wasn't.
guess.
We had to
There
guess.
were
Symbols.
We just
We
kind
made
of
some good guesses.
we made it. It could have
We-
been a worser guess.
We landed on the right planet.
That's true.
The right planet.
Mm-hmm.
There were other options.
We worked that out, yeah.
Mhm.
There were.
like a lot of other options.
How? So, you could have ended up you realize how stupid. You realize how stupid, right?
But thanks to Krios' sleuthing skills on the address picker, we got here.
I'm really good at recognizing shapes.
Impressive.
It worked.
Okay. So then you end up in Bondovia. What, do you just walk out of a cave?
The
No, we walked out of the
ocean.
ocean. We walked out of the ocean.
Well, carried. Barry was an octopus.
Yeah, but he's walking.
Yeah, and we almost got eaten by fish, but it was fine.
That...
Very specifically, Barry was a bear, as an octopus is a bear.
An 8-armed bear.
So like
yes.
a really,
Yeah.
really hairy octopus.
It was scary.
No, it wasn't.
We got to do lots of science and put each other in test chambers with no idea what would happen.
We
yeah, I
made
sent.
Sounds like an awful time to take you anywhere, Tauré.
I was in the other
It
room.
was.
I was in the other room.
We had
Tauré
to,
was in
we
the
had
other
to
room.
Put him in a
Is
corner.
that
Yes,
where you
when-
got the thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it's where and then I got us out because I sliced through the door, and then we
I
all
was
almost drowned.
Wondering where that
You
bit came in.
Also exploded a crystal and almost killed yourself and
Ooh,
Victor.
Yes, that was fun.
Yes.
Yes.
Actually,
That was fun.
Tori almost caused me to bleed out.
No, it was
Oh.
just me.
We turned Victor's jacket to be glowy, and it hurt
Oh.
to touch and be
Oh.
near or look at.
I let Barry borrow it to pick up rocks.
They were
This-
enchanted rocks.
It sounds so crackhead.
This
Aren't
You know,
Aren't you
before
sounds like a child telling me their dream.
but
None of that makes sense.
aren't you glad you
Moving
asked?
on.
wait.
Enchanted poison rocks we had to pick up with a cloth, so we used Victor's coat, and then I dried it out later with my heat sword that was attached to my hand.
You know the crazy
rocks.
part? All of that happened in this planet. The rocks thing happened in this planet.
Or you can't mention drawing Victor's coat without saying that you also threatened to carve a hole in the mountain.
Yes.
If we didn't let you do that?
I needed something to do, and so I was going to go carve a house out of the mountain nearby, which there were no mountains, but I was going to go find one if they didn't let me contribute to the housework.
He also
So he was on dry cleaning duty.
It was very
Drying
fulfilling.
duty. That is not dry
It was very
cleaning.
fulfilling.
It's
Also-
good enough.
before we had made it back to Bondovia anyway, we were big. We were very large.
Oh, we were enlarged. That's
Ooh, I turned into like 8
Actually-
different things all at once. Yeah.
he had
Tori
goat
was
legs.
so tiny.
Very important.
I was
Yes.
13 feet tall.
And I turned into the biggest elk I've ever seen.
You know, your past escapades always sounded quite interesting, but this has taken the cake for the most outlandish thing I've ever heard from anybody.
Well, we did go to the Feywilds.
Yeah, it was literally outlandish.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it was an iguana.
Of what you've described,
And I was
Was
encased in
still on-
glass.
this planet. So
That is true.
I just all right.
Oh,
And then Krios
we
dropped
forgot-
me, and then I died.
we forgot
I
that we
didn't mean to.
we forgot that we almost got eaten by a creature disguised as vines on a tree when we
Oh, that
first
was-
entered.
That was embarrassing.
Yeah.
We didn't need
That's
to mention
hilarious.
that.
No, we
It
needed
was.
to mention
Yeah.
that.
And then I talked to the tree, and it told us what was up.
Didn't it laugh at us?
It did.
It did.
It laughed at you guys. I didn't get trapped.
I'm sorry, you got laughed at by a tree.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's not the
buddy.
worst.
Pretty fun.
It's not the worst thing that's ever laughed at me.
What?
What's the worst?
Excuse me?
Is
What
it
was the
tier
worst?
list?
I don't want to. I don't want to get into it.
Okay. Was it when you were drunk?
I
You
don't
wouldn't remember that.
any of that.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Right. Well,
Speaking of beverages, Kaede, you haven't tried your mead. It's excellent.
Okay.
How's your tolerance?
do they have alcohol in the
Have you ever
Feywild?
heard of ethanol?
It takes a weave.
What?
It takes
It's
a whiff and
wonderful
he's
substance.
it takes a whiff and he's knocked out cold again, like Victor.
I'm not so much worried about the Kaede's tolerance.
See, but I'm just curious because I want to know if it's better or worse than mine.
Huh?
Are we sure this stuff won't just like kill him?
I hope. Wait, would it?
I do not think so.
We've never
He's
seen.
gonna
Got a lot
take
of
it.
experience with people from the Feywild or something?
We've never had an Eladrin drink alcohol before, so it might kill them.
Well,
Krios,
Sure,
do
it'll
you
be-
have any historical knowledge
Um,
about this?
I'm sure a little sip can't hurt, right?
I
it's a little mead.
didn't find anything out
Um,
about alcohol regarding Eladrins. It's kind of like super specific.
I have some
I'm not a-
knowledge about people from the Feywild, though I do not know if it will kill you. So good luck.
I'm sure a
That is
sip won't.
typically not what I ask about.
See, it turns out Eladrin
You-
aren't gonna die,
there is alcohol in the Feywild.
but it turns out that Kaede is just allergic to it.
Okay, get the EpiPen ready.
He takes one sip and he can no longer breathe.
Okay, get the Epi ready. Do you have... Barry, do you have Luster?
Yeah.
Get it ready. Okay.
It'll
For
be
it.
fine.
Wait. Do we have 2 copper coins?
I have one.
Yeah.
We're in an inn that deals in hard cash. I would certainly hope so.
Wait, hold on. But is the inn still upscale? Because if the inn is still upscale, it was pretty hard for me to get my 1 copper coin from the inn.
I'm fairly certain I've made a purchase that made change that gave me copper
Okay.
at some
Well-
point.
While they're talking, Kaide's just gonna take a sip.
Chug, 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 chug.
Slow down.
Yeah, it's decent. It's about what you would have tasted in the Feywild.
Okay.
Did you just say decent? I'm glad Barry can't
How
hear
do
you.
you know? Well, you run an informational network now. I suppose you would know that.
Chris is looking at Kaede with like his hands ready in case he needs to like heal Kaede for whatever reason.
Or,
Fine. It tastes
or-
okay. It's okay.
or pull him off the ceiling.
Yeah. It's
Oh yeah,
I'm
because
fine.
it's the flying.
Is this Starflower mean? Because then he would float.
Oh, not this one. Remember, we had to dial it down for.
Oh yeah.
The general public.
Okay. Never mind. Barry
I
just
mean, I-
wanted to see Kaede float.
We do have a little bit of that one.
We also have spells
What?
for that.
I could also make that happen right now.
I am. Well, okay, so you didn't burst into flames. Good sign.
Yeah. They tasted fine.
Fine.
Is there something wrong?
Yes.
That is our finest item.
Hold Barry back. Hold Barry back.
Well, taste is subjective. I mean,
Oh, the alcohol won't kill you, but Barry might.
Barry,
Barry's
No.
not.
Don't make me call over Teresa.
I'm
It's
sorry
fine.
if I
I'll-
offended you.
I'll keep my ice knife to myself for
Mhm,
now.
That's right. And
You
the
better.
boulder. And the boulder.
I sure hope
The boulder
so.
down.
I am standing right next to him.
Barry starts to hum menacingly.
No,
Not the
no, Barry,
microwave.
stop.
No, not that either.
microwave.
Slow down.
Not the
Barry,
microwave.
stop glowing.
Stop. Stop.
I'm nervous.
It's fine.
All right.
It's the finest.
Well,
Berries pudding.
Suppose I have one more question for you all then. What's next? You're always on the move, right? Are you taking a break? Anything to look forward to?
Well, the Ivory Ward offered a commission, and then so did Melly. But I think the
So we
main
have a few
priority
things.
is waiting for this one, looking at Tauré, to receive an arm.
And then we go ancient civilization exploring, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Which would seems fun.
Exciting.
That's
Hector.
interesting. What's up?
Just out of curiosity, would you happen to like have any contacts that might know a little bit about the history of Conquer? I know a lot of that kind of doesn't exist anymore, but I'm trying to find some.
It's a wee bit outside my information network. Most of the nobles and stuff that we get from outside Illyria are either from the Baron Marches, rarely Bondovia, or some even journey all the way from Char, but most are just other within Illyria. There's not much information from. I mean, it's a long ship ride, months, you know.
Worth a shot.
Most of them, if they're coming over here, they're looking to purchase a property permanently. This is not just like an inn stay, you know.
Anyways,
The only people I know that have been anywhere near Conquer are you all.
we have a little bit too close for comfort.
I was nervous that we were on Conquer for a little bit, but we weren't, so that's good.
Just another stroke of luck. You know, when I brought it up to Melly, she said something about if it was in the Empire, they wouldn't have been able to get you the way that they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
Makes
imagine.
sense.
Empire is not too friendly to magic.
Not too friendly is a way of putting that.
Just another bit of stupid luck you all seem to have.
What can I say?
Although, I suppose not all of your stupid decisions go unpunished. Gesturing to
Hi.
where Torre's arm would have been.
I
If you
actually
had it.
consider this a benefit. I can't
Ye-
wait.
You would.
That's disturbing.
You really would. Only you. No one else.
You
You have
are
learned
so
nothing.
Mm-mm.
and he continues to
Nope.
learn nothing, and he refuses to learn anything.
He said
In
he
fact,
would
he'd
do it
probably
again. He said he would do it
Yeah.
again after the cupcake incident.
I had a crystal in my shoulder and was less willing to cut off my arm than you were.
Uh-huh.
It's like
You know,
can
I
wait.
had no other choice, so I had to.
You
Oh,
you keep seeing that.
Mhm.
shit. Hold on.
What?
Sorry, you said something that jogs my memory.
What about not having a choice?
Crystal?
Crystal,
Mm-hmm.
which I think we've all had. decently negative experience with. Sorry, Kaede, you weren't there.
That's all right.
Apparently, I heard something from one of the nobles about secret crystals in Sheerbow Port.
Oh no.
I don't know if it's the same ones, but they seemed very hush-hush about it, and that was months ago now.
That's not good.
Kind of before I had everything set up, so I didn't have enough manpower to get a good track on who they were, where they were going. I don't think anything's actionable, but I'd just keep it on your radar.
Thank you.
I was actually about to ask if you've heard any movements from Valtan.
Nothing's been brought up with that name specifically, no. But it felt very much like it was related to that. This Sheerbow Port thing.
I had a conversation with their leaders. Well, leader. At one point. And it seemed that their goal was to leave Volthune, which we have managed to achieve. The difference between them and us is
Think that
that
they can be pacified then?
maybe if we just give them a way to leave Volthune.
Get them out of our hair. I suppose I can try to figure out, keep closer tabs on anybody coming in from the northwest, but it'll happen if it happens. There's not much I can do about it now.
Yeah. We'll be on the lookout as well.
Always.
All right, well, it's getting a little bit late, so I'm going to do my rounds, I think, and then,
Then head off.
yeah, well, not exactly head off. I'm not going anywhere. I live here.
I mean, head off to bed. I feel like that was implied. No, whatever. Hey, quick question though. So the last time that I was here, I was in a bit of a condition.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And I gave you the watch and you said that we would talk about it later. That later has not come yet. So
He pulls his sleeve back and is wearing the watch.
And so I was just wondering
You know, for such a bright person, it's very dumb of you to bring this up right now.
I mean, it wasn't for like a right now. I meant like later.
What are we
I just
talking
wanted
about?
to ask.
All right, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Exactly.
Just,
I am going to
Just like-
finish up my work, and I will be in my chambers after that. And he goes off.
I'm gonna barf.
Is that like an invitation for you, or
I'm on Themis.
Come on.
Themis.
now.
Themis. What do I do?
You go up there and knock on his
Victor.
door.
Victor, you're supposed to
Barry?
be confident.
I'm so
Be
confident. That's what I was
Also-
Confident.
Thank you, Barry. Themis slaps Victor.
Again.
I was just asking for advice because I feel like asking for advice is fine.
The part where you weren't confident was the part before that.
I don't know if you could tell, but I was doing my best to be confident.
Mm-hmm.
You are terrible at being confident.
But I'm trying.
Yeah, I will give you that one. You were trying.
You were not succeeding.
I think I succeeded well enough. If that means I'm supposed to go later, I'm gonna take your word, Themis. I'm gonna take your word.
Just knock on his door. The worst he can say is, I'm going to bed.
He literally said, I will be in my chamber. That sounds like, come talk to me.
That sounds like
This
he's
is
just
where I'll
gonna be
be.
in his chamber.
It was pointedly too.
Yeah, he said it to you, not to us.
Maybe I do need a drink.
No.
No.
No. You're gonna pass out, and then you're not gonna talk to Hector, and then this is just gonna keep going on.
Okay.
It's awful to hear about it. It's worse to see it happen.
It's not even that bad. Why are you so mean? It's not even that bad.
You should. Do you want me to just like fix your hair real quick? You look like you still got bedhead.
I do? And none of you told me before we walked into the inn?
Well, I mean,
It's fine.
Also, I'm not entirely sure how someone with your complexion turns that shade of red.
I
But
feel like purple.
Purple. Bright purple.
no, it's red.
Have you been eating a lot of tomatoes, Victor?
Are you hot?
Do you have a
think so.
fever?
Not that kind of confidence.
I might be hot.
You know what? Keep that confidence.
Wait, are you
Victor
sick?
Slay Bottom.
Ugh.
Times 56. Or session 56.
I would appreciate if you could fix my hair. Does it really look that dumb?
No, it does. Krios will fix it.
Your hair? No. You? Themis, stop stalking.
He looks
I
very
think-
smart.
I think that
What?
I've got a charm to me.
The
Yeah.
same way I do for me, right?
Tauré, no. This is different.
Oh no, that was a self-aware comment.
It was more like a jab at me.
Yes, I think... I think you
Hector's-
interpreted that correctly.
Hector's wearing the watch. I feel like that's farther than you've gotten, Tauré.
Victor's like twirling his hair.
Totally messing up all of the work that Krios just put
This is
into
why
it.
your hair looks like that.
Every time you talk to Hector, you go like this.
It's short and curly. It always looks like that, no?
It's grown on a little bit. He's kind of rocking a bit of a mullet.
Oh.
Ew.
First one.
It's not like mullet.
No, it's the way that you describe it that I don't know how to recreate in words.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Anyway,
So anyway,
Well,
Rest of the session is up to you guys and what you want to do.
Well,
whale.
it's too late to get Tauré. Krios just looks at his outfit.
Oh.
Just thinking about logistics.
Is there a
I-
midnight apparel market?
Right now?
Well, right
No, I said
now,
it's too late.
right now it's too late. Maybe tomorrow
Mhm.
morning.
I think
So-
that maybe tomorrow we could get some advice.
From him.
Or we
How-
should wait
How to
until
dress him.
we should wait until the new arm comes in to make sure that it actually fits.
If it fits
But-
one, it'll fit the other. Okay.
Should
Also,
we-
you wouldn't want to go and get like an outfit with silver accessories, and then you get the arm and it's like bronze. You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh,
Yeah, we gotta
Okay.
we gotta at least talk to Melly and see what she's planning. But I think we can check out our rooms, and Victor can.
check out.
Check
Check
room.
out Hector's room.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yup.
So there are 4 rooms for you all. It is basically you go upstairs on the left hand of the building, and you can divvy up the rooms as you see fit. There are just 4 rooms for you all. All of them have beds that could theoretically fit 2 people.
So
Good
Yeah.
luck.
Barry's just gonna walk into the first one and pass out on the bed, but you know.
no, he enters the doorway and then passes out, falls straight on the floor.
There are 4, right? Hold on. How would Themis choose?
Well, I believe one of them was specifically for Themis.
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah.
Themis usually
Right, that is
takes his
true.
own.
But I didn't know if it was like already claimed for Themis or if it's like you pick one and then now it's yours.
I mean, Themis does have stuff that he left at the inn, so.
You all had stuff that you left at the end.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Some we took, some we left in the
Mm-hmm.
vault.
Are they in rooms already, or do we have to talk to Hector about where they are?
Themis' stuff is in one of the rooms. The rest of your guys' stuff is in one of the other rooms, and the other 2 are empty.
Okay.
Alright. Themis goes in the room with his stuff and then I don't know. What time is it?
We can say that it's getting pretty late now.
Hmm.
You've all had a long
Okay.
day of discussions and conversations and traveling.
I think then Themis is going to Hongshu and visit Mimir.
Good night,
Oh, yeah.
Themis.
Good night.
Hello.
Night.
Kaede, what is your preference?
Oh,
Since you are
That's a crazy
the
question,
newest
by the way.
edition, would you what?
What? It's just about rooms.
I think it's pretty clear. No I'm kidding.
That tells me nothing.
Yeah, what?
Pretty queer.
Preference.
Is that a
Well,
word?
What? Are you so aggressively southern with it?
Pretty queer.
No.
Like between people, like who I want a room with. Is that what you're asking?
What did you say? Sorry.
Like, are you asking me who I want a room with?
Uh huh.
Barry hears that and lets out an extra loud snore.
Why?
Maybe
Okay.
not Barry.
Perhaps. He'll turn to Krios. I mean, we could.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm cool with that. And then
Well,
Tauré, You can.
Tauré gets his own room, and then Victor sleeps with
Yay.
Hector.
Hey.
That's crazy.
Wait, he's sleeping with Hector tonight?
Well,
Who knows?
I guess we'll see.
Barry cracks one eye and rolls it.
Okay. We should get our stuff out then. You don't. You could choose a room. I'll bring my stuff over.
Plot twist. The stuff was in the room that Barry is sleeping in, so you have to be very quiet.
He's sleeping on the items.
It's not.
Okay, Tauré will go into the room and sleep on his side and not have
Yep.
his arm fall asleep.
Question.
Victor's getting real right now.
They do have separate beds, right? Like there's 2 beds. Or are they?
Not the one bed trope.
I did
Well, I'm
mention
assuming.
that it's a decently large sized bed, but there is only one
Yeah.
pillow.
Just put a
Okay.
pillow down the
Yeah.
middle.
Yeah, you can do the pillow
Cuddle.
line.
Yeah.
Or cuddle.
Separate
Up
blankets.
to you.
The
Yeah.
boys' room in a school overnight trip.
Yeah,
One
just
pillow
like
down the
face
middle.
different
Keep
ways.
socks on.
Yeah.
One of you could sleep under the sink.
Oh. Gremlin.
Gremlin.
Kaede will go into the last empty room and sit down on the bed, I guess.
Out of curiosity, how many items are there for the stuff we left behind? Okay,
I
are there
didn't-
extra ones?
I didn't. What do you mean extra ones?
Present.
The you know. They never came.
You only took from those item pools what you could carry, and you assumed that you had them the entire time. So no, there's no extra. You wouldn't know that there was extra.
Okay.
Also, we left our stuff in the inn after we came back from that situation.
Mm-hmm.
So regardless, it would not have mattered.
We did? Okay.
Mhm.
Well, Chris is gonna grab his stuff. And then go over and join Kaede.
Oh boy. Victor's gonna make his way to Hector's sleeping quarters.
You're making it worse.
That is my intention. Thank you for noticing.
I hate it.
Polite knock.
You feel a tap on your shoulder as you are so focused on your nervousness. You didn't realize that Hector hadn't finished his rounds yet and is standing behind you.
Oh, hi. Oh, jeez.
Buddy,
Hi.
I thought you were Grand Detective. You're 0 for 2 today.
My mind is elsewhere. Sorry.
Clearly. Well, I guess. Come in and we'll have a chat. Huh?
Yeah.
And with that, we're going to end the episode here.
Evil work.
For some reason,
Oh,
Themis
no,
feels the
they're
urge.
gonna be-
For some reason, Themis feels the urge to eat popcorn before going to bed.
They're gonna
So,
be talking about this forever.
we will be back in 2 weeks. picking up where you guys left off. Thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for playing. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
Bye.